Okay. Plug this in. Okay. Giant fucking pain in the ass. All right. Holy Christ. Okay. So yeah, I tried doing it on my phone because the picture would be clearer. And what happened was the picture was actually well, it was vertical and then on its side. And I'm looking at my fucking phone like, what happened? And it's like, turn your device. And no, I want the fucking picture turned, not my fucking device. I couldn't figure it out in the 30 seconds before I was streaming, so I had to figure something out. So did you have any problem? It didn't look like you had any problems with your phone when you were streaming on Twitch, but maybe Twitch is set up better for that. I don't know. Yeah. And I mean, if I'd been more used to it, I probably would have um, been looking out for it. But oh well. So I'll do it like this for now, and then I'll try it out for next stream. There you go. That does sound ideal. Yep. I am using my old camera on this, which, as far as I recall, was actually pretty good for clarity, but had a problem with maintaining focus, which sounds like I just sort of contradicted myself. But no, while it was in focus, it was in more focus than my new camera. But yeah, it had a tendency to fuzz out every once in a while. So we'll see if that happens today, but maybe the stream is a bit clearer. That'd be nice. I hope I don't have to keep filming on this fucking thing though. So I had to set up a new arm and everything again, real quick. I'm bored with these scratchy pencils. Let's go right to inks. Good. The fuzziness has been bugging me so much. I kind of want to actually get a better light in here because I'm actually not getting washed out by the natural light coming in through the window today because we've got smokes. The smoke from the fires in, I think, Kelowna. So wildfires are doing us a solid. Okay, come on. Ow, ow, fucker, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, don't break. That's what I get. Yoy. I'm going to be trying to remember to implement some Neil Adams shit. Because I was watching Jerk Comics stream last night, and he was talking about it. How he's trying to do this. No, it's driven the Hornet buddies away too. It's such a shame. that hive is still there. It's just been like doused twice. So yeah, no, I like coated it in foam for like 30 seconds before they started bouncing off my head, which they couldn't get to because I was wearing like two layers of clothing in like 26 degrees. And then yeah, so ran inside, Waited a couple of days, and no, waited a day. Didn't see any activity on the hive anymore. So threw a big ass rock at it and busted it open, and then waited another day or two, and still no activity. Coated it with foam again because I'm not taking any fucking chances now. They already got me once or 8 times, and yeah. So tonight, I'll get rid of that finally. I told Jen about it just last night, and she's like, "Oh yeah, like how I left it out there." And she's like, "Oh yeah," I was like a warning. It's like, no, that doesn't work on bugs. As like I got stung 8 times, and I don't want to do it again anytime soon. So I'm taking my fucking time. Yeah, that's what she thought. The problem is I can't mow my lawn while that's there. I guess it's whether or not you define that as a problem. But haven't been stung since that initial flurry. You come down here. Right. This isn't the best example of third captain profile, but pretty good. Yeah, I was about to go back into that. Where he was, he I don't know if it's something he picked up later or not, but um, basically North Americans hold their pens properly where you rest it on your knuckle, which is hard and which has no rotation. And you can't basically move your pen as freely, you know. So, I can go like this, but not. It's tougher like this. I gotta actually adjust my whole grip. Um, where you should be holding it on the pads of 3 fingers, and also not drawing from your wrist, which is what obviously I normally do. Wrist and elbow. It's all tendon stuff. You should actually be drawing from. So if you, that which happens when you rest your wrist on the table. What you should be doing is not resting your wrist. You should be drawing with your shoulder because that has the best range of motion. It's the biggest muscle and it has the most rotation. And that way you actually um, prevent wearing out your wrist and your elbow, which always happens to me after about like 4 or 5 hours. And then like my arm is useless for drawing for like I don't know the rest of the day, pretty much. So I'm gonna keep forgetting about it, but I'm gonna try and keep slipping back into it. I think the shoulder thing is probably more important to start with. So I'll just try not to. I'm like resting the outside knuckle on my hand here on the paper instead of my the wrist or the pad here. Yeah, well, better all sorts of lines. Apparently, it gives him, and because it's not this motion, it's like this. You can get actually much straighter lines if you're doing from your all from your shoulder. And I'm gonna keep forgetting all over the place. So feel free to call me out on that. Excuse me. Okay. I mean, like Neil Adams is a better drawer than a better drawer. He's a better artist than like just about anybody in comics. So I'm kinda I think I'm gonna probably take his word for that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's well known. He says it's an Asian technique, like, in that that's how they're taught to draw in, like, Japan. That's how you're taught to hold a pen. This is actually my first time trying it. Kinda, you know? So, yeah, maybe I should be trying this not on a live stream or not on a page even, maybe just when I'm, like, fucking around. Theoretically, right? I mean, like, it's the lines you're trying to make, some sort of, um, your hand, your head anyway. Um, so I guess it's just kind of figuring out what your arm is mistranslating instead of what your wrist is, assuming that happens with everybody else and that's not just a me thing. Yeah, I can feel that elbow going. It's like that's gonna be a problem in like 4 hours. Oh, I got my gigantic out here. Yeah. Yes. Well, apparently, somebody else was in the chat and was saying how using that same technique, he was able to train his left hand much quicker. I was like, really? That is interesting. But I was about to say I got my gigantic pack of brush pens. Um, it's a big old bag. There's like 50 of them in there, and I'm enjoying the shit out of them. Still working on that. Still using that first one, so that's good. They got a little bit of longevity at least. So I think most of page 17 and the cover were inked with. I mean, apart from the cover was a lot of spotted blacks, but yeah, still, I feel like this is already outlasting my usual microns. Nothing against microns, of course, but now you're gonna try that shit out now, aren't you? Oh, right. This was originally set up on an arm so that I couldn't kick the board over and over again and make it shake. Shake the whole board when I do that? It kind of does, doesn't it? And there's that focus problem. Okay, hang on a second. I remember how I had this before. Now, the only problem with this, of course, is that it's a little bit further back. And ah, no, not my floor. Okay, so if I go like that, there. And turned back and held in place. There we go. So me kicking the board shouldn't affect anything anymore. I put all this shit away when I decided to go phone, and then immediately the phone stopped working. I just realized it's like the only close-up of a cleric out of armor I think I'm gonna have in this entire issue. That's a little strange. I drew it so many times in the last issue. I think we need a little bit more black here. There's too much just random hatching. Gonna end up getting lost in it. Don't need that tooth. Interesting. This brush is actually more difficult to do the shoulder because just 'cause the brush tip is so soft. It's like I don't have the fine tuning yet to do that the way I want to. So I'm going to do more wrist work. At least with this one, I don't have to be as exact. Generally speaking, I'm doing it for bigger stuff anyway. And I noticed that I've got the same problem I did the last couple of weeks where Richard Friend is doing his, 'cause I'm subscribed and I want to be notified. Richard Friend is doing his live stream again, third week running at Sunday at 10 o'clock. So I think we can assume that's just his plan going forward. So that it's going to split the live stream audience a little bit. Although it didn't hurt last time. I think I reached like 10 people at one time, which is pretty good. Do I still have my? There we go. Okay. See, so much straighter lines. Oh, ah, so much straighter lines right up until I get to the end of the ruler here. And I feel like I advised somebody that they could be watching the Richard Friend live stream instead. Oh well. Do it, do it, do it, do it. There we go. Hmm. Hey, come on, come on. Don't fuck around. There we go. And I just kind of hope that sorry. Just kind of hope the Three Jerks podcast, which gets done once a month, isn't scheduled for a Sunday at 10 because I did enjoy that. I was able to sit on one of those last time and been able to hang out with those guys a little bit on Uncle Jerk's live stream. So it'd be cool to be able to get in there, although they may not recognize me. Well, one of them would. It's got a different Twitch name than YouTube name. Oh yeah, I was gonna alternate the height on these. Oh well, fuck it. Try to remember later. But yeah, that is the extra kick in the ass. Is that not only is it splitting my is the Richard Friend live stream splitting my audience, it's stuff I would like to watch myself. I've also been looking at a bunch of Will's Portatio stuff, and because there was that idea of doing Blood Force characters in other people's style, and just, you know, kind of realizing how loose he is with his, like, brush strokes and everything, and even with his pens. And having to remember a little bit that we're not doing that just yet, so, like, don't do that here because it's not quite my game. I do like his use of, um, parallel horizontal lines, though, for shading. It always looks nice. I pretty much always use a diagonal. Ooh, that's interesting. I can feel that in the shoulder when I try. I remember the cockroach plates on the clerk. And we'll just make all this black, because why not? Always use more black. More ink is more value. Hey, how's it going, man? You sitting on in on both streams today? I saw the Richard Friend stream was going again. Shit, he's gonna do this every week now, isn't he? I can't exactly claim dibs. I don't think. Awesome, man. I'm glad to have you aboard. I think I was saying before, if I find out that they're scheduling the Three Jerks podcast on a Sunday at 10, I may have to reschedule one of mine. I'm just that. Is it like a plate? It is. It's like a plate. Okay, maybe all day, just rendering this one guy's fucking head. Okay, maybe I should do this a bit more tightly now. Do it. No, can't see that one. Yep. Yep. Beg your pardon. He's got a full-on metal right up. Yeah, a little bit. It'd be like, that's the kind of thing that makes me wish my photocopier had some ink in it. But unfortunately, I got new ink and it didn't work, so it's fuck, I think my pho the printer part of it is dead. So, gonna get a new one eventually, but in the meantime, I'm stuck here just, like, redoing it. Yes, correct. I like that. Alright. I already forgot what I'm drawing. Fantastic. It's supposed to be like buttoning up a cape, but that the cape would need to go over both That's fine. Gonna be making fucking gurgling noises all day. That's prime content right there. Was Mitch hungry on this day? Only you would know. I gotta say, as a guy, still getting kind of accustomed to using brushes or brush pens. It's still kind of a bit of a thrill when I can just put down like this wide line or like thing here to and then to cross hatch off of it and go, oh shit, that does work good in this instance because it doesn't always. That looks all right. And he's got the glowing thing here. Which is a weird design choice, but it was their last issue, so I don't think it was quite that big though. So these guys actually are in the wrong spot. Hey, how's it going, man? How's your Sunday doing? Here we go. All of you. Is it getting hotter? I don't think we're slated to get that hot, really. It's actually good information to have. Nah, like seven, yeah, like the high of 23, whatever that is in Fahrenheit. I can't even. Can I check that? That's funny. I don't think they'll let me convert that. But like it's like I think like 70, 75. So just like nice. So I think a shadow probably should go around here. Looks about right. I gotta say, I as mid 2023, Mitch. Very interested to see how this issue finishes in terms of what it looks like, the artwork, because it's been getting more and more render heavy, more line heavy. I mean, line heavy was always kind of a priority, but before it was more about sticking with the image trope styles. So, you know, you render these apps the way Jim Lee rendered apps, that kind of thing. Whereas now it's kind of its own groove. The comic boards I use, it's Strathmore, I want to say 200 series, um, which I get off Amazon, and I think they're the only ones I can get off Amazon through Amazon.ca, Canadian version. Um, which are I was using, let me find it actually. So, okay, I'm back. I was using this stuff here, I think. Is that the right stuff even? Yeah, the stuff that says big old comic font, comic book artwork. Which sucks, but it's cheap. It's like 20, 25 bucks Canadian for, you know, I don't know, like 25 sheets, roughly. I can't see on here. Whereas the Strathmore 200 is more like 35 or so, I guess, but totally worth it. And from what I understand, most people will, like most professional comic artists, use Strathmore 400, maybe 500, which I believe is just thicker. But I can't. I mean, I could get it, but the shipping is prohibitive. And the cost is already a little high. It'd be more like 50, maybe even $60 for 25 sheets, and then you throw on, I don't even know, like 50 bucks for shipping on there. And it's like I'm paying 100, 150 bucks for a sheet of 20 for 25 sheets of paper. It's like, dang it, I don't think I can justify that to myself. Well, I mean, I've gone over it in my revisits. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Um, j- I do have a series of revisits coming up where I point out where Jim Lee was not overrated, where, or maybe what got him his reputation that he never lived up to again. That's probably the best way to put it, actually. Which is right at the end of his Uncanny run. So that'll be in not this coming week, but the week after that. I just finished the videos for that. And yeah, he never really lived up to it again. But I think really in Todd's case too, it's because he focused more on being a CEO and less on being an artist. They didn't want to be professional artists. They're not in it for the love of drawing. Like that's not what they want their profession to be. I'm sure they draw tons in their spare time, but they don't want their income to depend on it. And they can make tons more by being CEO. So it's kind of hard to argue, I suppose. I think Mark Silvestri's the same way. Eric Larson loves making comics. He loves cranking out stories. Um, but like you read like Jim Lee's stories about his childhood, and he had to convince his dad that it would be a better, uh, I don't know, career move, or that he could make as much money as a comic book artist as he could becoming a doctor or a lawyer or whatever he was going to try and be instead. I think it was a doctor. And seeing as how he now has like a salary in the tens of millions, I guess he won that particular argument. But you know, he liked comics and liked drawing, but it's not like a burning need like it is with somebody like Eric Larson. And I think as comic fans, we want somebody who it's a burning need for them. And Todd is, I mean, I don't know. Does he draw anything anymore? He's more. He's. I've seen a couple of things kind of naming him as the new Stan Lee almost, which seems kind of like he's the right attitude, except he doesn't come out nearly as often as Stan Lee does. I don't hear any Todd quotes for the most part. If you're going to be Stan Lee, you got to be constantly in the public eye, I think. So coming out for San Diego Comic Con and maybe one more, and then going back into hiding, it doesn't really work too well. Um, but his company's doing fine. I think he still writes Spawn or co-writes it or something. So I assume that book is still pretty childish. Maybe that's on me. He was not a good writer back in the day. He was like one of the worst writers, I would say, who had a regular book. Oh yeah, it was a big well, like contributing to the household. Yeah, written a lot while I've been talking. You guys have. Um, yeah, it was a big thing. He does love comics. The problem is, I think he's got like ADHD or something. And I'm speaking as a guy who has like spectrum issues myself. I just think that's the case where he gets going on a project and he gets super hyped about it, and he can get hyped about it for like a month maybe, and then something new comes along and he has to drop it. And that's just my opinion. I have no idea if that's the case. I don't want to like call him out on that or anything. What was the next one? Yeah, and I mean, I think with Liefeld, he got trained basically by guys like Todd to go after the bag. That the main, you weighed whether or not you were successful by how many copies you sold, how much money you made, and because he Todd apparently just hammered that shit home constantly, you know. And I'm sure Jim Lee didn't shy away from it too much. I mean, like quieter, but since he was also probably Rob's biggest competitor, and also focused very much on money. That that probably weighed in on that. Um, so now he's at the point where it's like I don't think he can judge what's good and bad art. It's just how well it sells. This is Liefeld I'm speaking of. If you're making on boards, or get back to the boards. Harder to find in art stores, really. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even think of that. There's probably far less demand for it than there used to be. I mean, I don't think it'll go away. They still make canvases, but canvases are maybe cheaper to make or easier. Yeah. It may become more difficult to keep, more costly to keep doing traditional pencils. That would suck. That's not really something I've considered. Man, to be forced to go digital, that would be upsetting. This ink does not smudge too much, and I kinda love it. That's way too high for the Popo got a long ass apparently. Try this again. That's probably where that should be. So let's turn that into a fold or something. I might have just get rid of this. I'm not sure. So, yeah, I've done a lot of speculating on Liefeld over the last couple of years in particular, and like, speculations and theories have kind of grown into like, you build off of your own theories. It's like, "Well, wait, if that's true." No, 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 nobody said that was true. You made that shit up. So, yeah, all of my and, like, you infer shit from interviews. So, the stuff where Todd's constantly on the phone with Rob while they're inking their respective pieces and being like, "Are you getting the right, royalties? Are you getting your check on this? Are you are you making sure you're cashing in on this?" And Rob's, like, 20 years old, and he starts raking in dough, and this older guy is, you know, in his ear all the time. I think that's how it goes down, personally. And you see it when, people call him out for bad artwork, and he's like, "Dude, I sold all sorts of fucking copies over this." "That's not what I said. We were talking about the quality of your work." It's like, "Well, the quality of my work is high or it wouldn't sell." And that's his point of view, I think. We're getting to the point where it's like, "This ass doesn't look right. I need to add more li" I spent, like, half an hour rendering Popo's ass. I think maybe I'll finish rendering Popo and then decide how his ass looks in comparison. Because that happened back in issue 1 on page, I wanna say 19, where, Shock Block's ass didn't look quite right. It looked like it was on crooked or something. And it's like, "Well, what if I" and I fix it by doing lines, not by erasing or fixing stuff around it. So, just like the ass gets hyper rendered. It's like, "Man, you spent a lot of time drawing that ass." Mm, I like these shapes I'm coming up with here. This is alright. Maybe I'll let the colorist work on that ass, you know? Yeah, well, Todd, Rob, and Jim, and that's always been the case, right? Although I don't think, Silvestri does too bad. I was talking about this I sat down on somebody else's live stream last night, and, like, it's always so weird that, like, Silvestri was never the big name at any time, I don't think. He was always outshone by Jim and Robin Todd, and he was never, like, Marvel's main guy, he was never Image's main guy, even though he could draw circles around him. Like, he's by far the best artist at Image in the night. Well, by far, but, like, then you got guys like Wills, who is, like, amazing in his own right, and Keown's very good, and then everybody else has is, like, different kinda levels of formulaic. Where's this fucking armband anyway? Around there? Yeah. That's gonna be the bottom end of it. Sure. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense for where he's standing. Unless we do that thing like that. No. The bed. It's like where microns. Do we still use those? But yeah, I mean, Silvestri is, I believe, the current CEO at Image, like running the actual Image offices, because Valentino took the reins at one point, and then he got kind of kicked out, and Eric Larson took the reins, and I imagine that probably hurts productivity. You can't produce a monthly comic and also be the CEO of a company, and you don't fuck with Eric Larson's productivity. So he's like, "Nope, Mark, you do it." Although, Eric Larson does apparently take months between books now, but I mean, he's almost like Dragon's almost like a hobby thing for him anyway. And yeah, so on top of being CEO, he pays all right. I remember looking at he does still get the odd book out. I mean, he had that Batman thing, right? And I didn't realize he's done like what else has he done? He did like Hulk. I think he did a short X-Men run like, years ago, but it's not like he's out of comics, which it felt like he was to me, not being aware of what's going on. I only see the most um, public news, like the biggest deals. So, and Sylvester doesn't usually get much of anything. This arm is getting weird looking. Oh, well. But yeah, no, I checked out like what his commissions are, Silvestri, and it's like, what is it like? It starts at $5,000 for a single figure, no background, and you see like you look up like Mark Silvestri commission, and it's like that is not the hardest Mark Silvestri 24 or some shit. So he's people are paying that shit. I mean, I'm not gonna blame him because like that's a supply and demand thing. If you got to price it the way the market is willing to pay for it. If Mark Silvestri is selling commissions for $500, everybody wants in on that shit immediately. So I'm sure there was a process of okay, it's $1,000. and he's still getting too many commissions. Okay, it's 2,000, it's 2,500, it's 4,000, and 5,000 was where it was like, it started to slow down. It's like, "Okay, we're closing this for now." So hang on to your 5 grand because it will reopen again sometime in the next year. And it's funny because I remember being like not long ago, being like, "Man, what a bunch of assholes. Why if you can draw comics for a living, why wouldn't you do that?" It's like, or, if you could draw for a living, if you're like really good at it, why wouldn't you just do that all the time? And it's like he does with his commissions and with covers. And he doesn't have to worry about the grind, which I think is the main thing. Because the grind for comics is fucking horrifying from what I can tell. Like I'm on a very loose schedule of 1 page per week. And I mean, if I don't make it, it just means, you know, I, I got to catch up at some point. Maybe if I want to keep that schedule, or maybe that week I replace the page commentary video with another kind of video. That's up to me, I suppose. But if you're obviously if you're on a book, you have to get those 20, 22 pages uh, in at most a month, right? Like 3 weeks is better so that they can get you to fill in on somebody else who's running behind if they have to. So I remember that from Sim, where it's like a page a day is like breaking even. You're not helping yourself out any. You're just kind of keeping your head above water. Really, you want to be shooting for 2 pages a day, which is like, well, I can't do that. And I don't know how many comic artists can do that. Probably a couple, because there's a couple who are working on multiple books because they have because the pay is so shitty. But you know, when you get to that point where you can go, okay, I can still draw a cool shot of Wolverine or whatever, and get paid the same as if I did like 3 months worth of comics. So, and then I do like 2, 3 of these a month, you know, and nobody is on my ass except just make sure your commissions don't run too late unless you're Michael Golden. This is a weird angle that I don't usually draw. So I don't really have a way to do this. Which usually means I end up doing just like a little fold and then a little bit of hatching off of it. There's like no forms, which I have to not do. Because it just looks like, I don't know what I'm doing, I think, or it does to me anyway. So, the way to cure that is to, just make shapes and by God, stick to them and shade them as if they are real things, you know? Is it biologically correct? No. I'm very sure that those shapes are there, so maybe they are. Yes, I agree. You have to have a systematic process to crank out pages a day. Not only that, I mean, you look at the stuff that Silvestri and Dan Green were doing. 'Cause I'm constantly amazed by this, that there was a brief period of, like, a few months where Marvel tried to go, bi-weekly, and they tried to get Mark Silvestri to go bi-weekly. So get a comic out every 2 weeks. And, like, he couldn't keep up with it, but, like, every once in a while he did. And those pages are so fucking dashed off, and you gotta get, like, the impression of what you want more than, um, like, you get no detail, but I think it really helped him to figure out a few things. Or if you're, Dave Sim, who I originally heard that from, and you're just drawing your characters and you pay a guy to draw all the backgrounds behind it in super high detail. Yeah, you can do 2 pages a day, you know? Your part is not the physical part of that page, at least for in terms of how it looks. But yeah, I think the standard these days would be, you know, a page and then whatever else you can get done. So, preferably, like a page and a half or whatever. And I think at my absolute top clip, I could get like a medium difficulty page done in a day. Because I can definitely do an easy page in a day. I can do an easy day in a few hours. I'm able to sit my ass down. So if I can do like a yeah easy to mid level page in a day, I would assume professionals who have been doing this for a long time and who have toned their arm over the course of years could probably do yeah a page and a half or so in a day if they really set their minds to it. It's gonna be this is gonna be like 2 hours just to get this one panel done. It's fucking nuts. It's funny, after the last page of issue 2, it's like I kinda set new set a new, standard. Like, 'cause that page took 3 hours from start to finish, like, from pencil. It's like, "Goddamn, this is how all pages should be done." And now it's like, "Holy Christ, you are not getting this page done today." And all this rendering going on, and I'm just remembering, "Oh, yeah, I'm putting in letters on this page after." Like, not a mistake or anything, like, the plan is to do them digitally on this. So all this rendering I'm doing probably isn't going to be necessary, at least in some areas. Like, I gotta assume lettering goes down here. So down here, yeah, not as important. too well. That's probably okay. Mm, just a little more. Yeah, this thing's dying quickly. Okay, well, that's that panel done at least. Again, it took 2 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, this is archival. This is not. That's what's good to know. No. A little bit. Yeah. Hey, yeah, it helps when I take forever on them. Nothing on you, but it does give everybody that extra little bit of extra chance to, uh, yeah, good time get involved. Let's see here. That looks a bit more like it. Have I drawn these guys from the back yet? I don't think I have. All right. I'm actually going to mute myself for a second while I just grab something to eat because my stomach keeps going off. Uh, but I'll still be here. All right, that should be good. In fact, where to put my glasses? Um, huh. Just a second. Oh, there they are. I'm like across the room. Thank you. Yeah, that's a tough one. Actually, it's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, no, I'll just do it from here. And you do it, it's like, oh, I don't think I've drawn this angle. Not for a while anyway, and not very often. Now, what here is shoulder and what is shoulder blade? Who can tell? Try not to do too much on here so I can really go ham on the brow scrunching up on this one. Have to do some kind of side lighting as well, so that his chin doesn't get lost in the shadow underneath his chin. Even though I probably wouldn't in real life. Not for sure this lighting scheme is actually going to work, but I guess we'll find out. Where the bright light is coming from directly overhead, and that light's just like brow and nose and pec and the upper part of his pec and his arm, and then have a secondary light source from below, theoretically. And this comes from looking at Dale Keown drawings recently, realizing how much he like barely underlights a muscle or something, but it does add quite a bit. So I don't. I think it'll take me a while before I can get the hang of it really, where it's like where I want it to be. But why not try it out here? Why not on page one, right? On a close, it sounds ideal. Ah, good stuff, man. Glad to hear it. I will say the more I go, the more I end up trying to remind myself to put black on the page because it just ends up looking really nice on the finished product. But like if you're developing or hatching, I mean, like, yeah, you just keep going in that direction. Let's see here. Yeah, I always do kind of revert back to you got too much white space in one area, you hash the shit out of that in some way or another. That is the image way. So this is an interesting spot where now the strongest light source is from the still gonna do the faint light source from the bottom. So we're getting into some like Hildebrand shit. I do remember that from, I think, a Wizard thing or something, must have been, where the Hildebrandt brothers, Greg and Tim, names I remember for some um, released a set of cards, I believe, and it was a big deal because they were fully painted and a little different from the Joe Jusko stuff of like the year previous or maybe the year before that. And they were explaining their method, which was that you can't have a single. I mean, you can, but if you want to make something interestingly dramatic, you would use multiple light sources so, and conflicting light sources. So ideal something like this where he's a little more above, but he's also from the side and below. And I guess that made an impression because I still remember that. I have not read that in the last probably 30 years. Yeah, that kind of thing. And it's and Spawn or Todd like to do the semi silhouette where he'd do the shape thing, and then not put any detail in it whatsoever, and it acted as kind of a silhouette. He really liked that particular trick and did it fairly often in the first few Spawn issues. And I mean, it's a time saver, and it doesn't. It's interesting because you get that silhouette effect without filling your page up with black, which I assume is part of the point, is to avoid getting all that black in there. Yeah, I mean, I suppose Spawn usually had enough black anyway. It didn't need extra in those instances. Or to get it to stand out against the background, you do like offsetting colors instead of black against black, that kind of thing. This is even looking not bad. And we were talking before about being forced to use digital if comic board gets more difficult to come by, which it seems to be getting maybe a little bit at this point, and will probably increasingly be. It's like, man, that would suck having to go digital. I don't want to do that. And then I'm doing like half an hour's worth of cross hatching here. I just had the thought, like, you know what? If this was digital, I could click like 2 hues down and just fill that in. But you know what you get when you do that is modern comics, which have very little detail in a lot of cases because the detail's all done in the color, and you want it in the ink. Yeah, with the backgrounds there. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can see it. That's. I guess I wasn't sure if it was the main reason they did it that way. Was that it was the time saver? I thought it was a design choice, but no, I can see that. And when you're cranking out panel or pages rather, I just use the word page and the word panel, which is not good for a comic guy. But when you have to crank out multiple pages in a short period of time, every little trick helps. Probably shouldn't be that small. Actually, thinking about it. Hmm. Should put a couple of whiteout dots on this before I forget. Try to make this fairly simple because I'm gonna have to replicate it. Or, a little bit anyway. I think it'll be understood if it's not 100%, but I think we're better off just using a brush and some India ink. Not that one. That one. There we go. Oh, fuck, I spilled it. try swapping this chair out eventually. I gotta have one that's less creaky than this. Just open the window here. He was using that weird big old shoulder pad thing, wasn't he? Just get a picture of what this corporal guy looks like. Page 26 seemed to have wandered off. Let me take a look. I do like that better, actually, I think, with the high collar instead of the wide. I think I did it for like one panel, so I can safely ignore that. Some shoulder pads, why not? Yeah, it's all right. Let's see here. I use this one. I can get the thin lines, just not reliable. I mean, I'm not the reliable one in that particular equation. Okay. man, now I need to try and catch up with try and replicate all the dumb decisions in here just a little bit. Oh, this is a terrible idea. I should have just photocopied it somehow. And like, yeah, I don't have a working photocopier here, so sizing wrong and all that. I didn't have this image like that. I always still can, I suppose. Just photocopy this one, add in these guys in the photocopy, cover in the eyes, and take out some of the brow furrows. Yeah, we can do that. If I decide that I don't like how these match up. All right, it's all this pressure. All right. Yeah, it probably would have been easier to just do the photocopies, but it doesn't look good enough. I can always just photocopy this onto here and fix it up. But it's not terrible. Probably try not to do that again in future, though. Okay, can we make this angle that's tough to make look good? Can we like maybe do that twice? Exactly. I think that would just be kind of confusing, particularly if you didn't read the last issue or a little while since you read the last issue. Probably should have done an establishing shot with the actual hamster wheel here. And this will be largely covered with dialogue, so it doesn't need to be too intense. Excuse me. Wondering if I should use the brush pen on this one, to be honest. Hmm. Sure. It's interesting making up muscles for fictional body parts, legs. Well, don't know how that turned out, but okay. Kind of messy, but oh well. Sorry, it just occurred to me that Clerg soldiers are essentially wearing True Classic T-shirts because they're going to be tight on the top and loose on the bottom. I think that's how that's works. Okay. Yeah. Now that I've put him in a shirt, actually, that does present a problem um, because I haven't defined where his pants are if he's wearing them. It looks like he's going full Winnie the Pooh. So now I have to make them all wearing like bike shorts or something because those are obviously toenails. Could be. I can put them further back too. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to rework that. Okay. Fair enough. see here. Yeah, maybe it doesn't match up entirely 100%, but we have in there a little bit at least, I think. So probably would have been better set to make that a bit smaller to start with, but oh well. What it is. So I'm just going to grab some crackers real quick because apparently this is using all my. It's a little funny in trying to replicate the line. I get the impression like Pope all of a sudden starts blessing his back. It's going to be a little bit smaller too. Mm, All right, just a second. Be right back. How are we doing here? I'm gonna make that 5 hours. I think it's pretty clear now. 5 hours. Can I finish the page? I mean, I can. Will it ruin my arm to finish the page? I don't think so. Yeah, thank you. And I'm a little surprised at how much got done today. I'm saying like, oh man, this isn't even gonna get done this week at this because like I just know during the week I'm gonna like have other stuff I need to take care of. So page itself tends to get put off a little bit every once in a while. But no, I mean, it's one of those ones. If I don't get it done today, I should be able to get it done tomorrow. enough on that thing, I think. Hey, thanks, man. Good to see you. I think it's been a couple weeks. Oh, I'm getting close to the end on this in terms of like just what I can do in one sitting, and that's getting all sorts of gray, isn't it? But I think I should be able to finish the page actually, because I mean, it's all just improvised tech at this point. I thought about it, man. But we're actually not going to get as much time in this room as we did in the last issue. Thankfully. But, I think we do want to give the impression that it has like it takes up physical space at the least. Yeah, I am enjoying the Tombow pens, I will say. The only thing I would say right now is that I have a tendency to lean on them a little too heavily, so they get like, you know, um, they'll the thicker line that I'm looking for. Sometimes, sometimes I recall to, or I remember to ease back a bit and go, wait a minute, this is more like a brush kind of thing. Yeah. Take a bit of a finesse, but they can do it all between it. Yes, I am finding that out. That it can basically, I mean, like it's not going to give me a super thick line, but it can go like super thin and go pretty thick, which is a pretty nice mix. I don't think so. I don't think I have both types. I'm not sure which one this is. This says, oh, brush. Oh, there you go. And I take it that was the other ones I ordered as well. I didn't look closely enough, I don't think. Yeah, brush. I wasn't aware there was a fine variation. Blue one and the black one. Oh, okay. I mean, this one says brush pen. Although maybe that's, I mean, these are all blue, like the body. So I guess these are all the fine ones. And then I've got these ones here, which are not Tombos. They're Copic, as in feeder, I think. But those work fine for, um, yeah, thicker lines or more fills, that kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know. So I'm not going to argue with you. I'll take your word for it. I, yeah, on it, it says brush pen. I This is the only kind I got. And I've got a ton now because I got that order. So these are the only ones I'm going to be using for a while. Or are they? Okay. Well, these are the blue ones. So it sounds like these are the fine tips. Um, and with the Soul Switch Commission, I did not actually record it. I considered it, but um, basically, it's nice to draw without the camera going every once in a while. And it's not something I do very often anymore. So at least for that one, I just kind of let it go. maybe other ones in future I will alternate, but, it just been kinda been so long since I just sat down at the board without recording it. It's like, "Man, there's no, I'm gonna go." And, yeah, I did enjoy it more, and I was able to get it done all in the one day, which is nice. But in the case of the other commission, the Promethean one, they specifically requested a video. Yeah, no. Yeah, the me time sketching, nah. I never really I've always kinda needed a table. And I'm finding out all sorts of people are just, like, sketching with, like, on their knees or, like, in bed. It's like, "Man, I can do that shit." Yeah, I think a lot of people use a drawing board, and I wish I could, but I'm just like it feels too much like surfing. I've gotta have the, like, always drew on a table, like, not even like usually on a flat table. Which would've been horrible for my neck if I kept that up. Whereas this time it's only horrible on my neck after 5 hours, so that's okay. Nice, so like a okay, just pick up your first drawing table. That's awesome, man. I I assume, angled and everything, but, yeah, getting one of those after, not having much of a choice and having to stick with just a regular table for however long, it's, honestly, I remember, when I got this one here, it took me a while to get used to. I had one, when I was a kid, really, like, when I was, like, 19, 20, I bought one and then, it was shitty little one, and then got one of, uh, these, like, probably, like, 5 years ago, um, and was used to drawing on yeah, just was in the meantime, and, like, just drawing angled was like, "Man, who does this?" And, of course, if I tried drawing on a table for 5 hours, like, on a regular table these days, yeah, well, I have to give up after, like, 2. Oh, the drawers and the holders. That's fucking awesome. I had to, because this board here was not made. This is like a handmade board, I think. I got from like one of the parents, like the dad of one of my ex's ex friends. Is like just stupid. Weird, but I'm not even sure what he did. It wasn't comics, but I guess it was. I think he used it for like maps or something, really, or for charts. And it was like cobbled together from like I don't know what this board is from. It's got like a stand on it that I'm pretty sure is from a barber's chair, so I can lower and raise it. And yeah, it did have a T square, although it's too high on the board, so it's not very useful for drawing actually. And then yeah, so I just kind of set up a little drawer next to it, and got some those little, like clear plastic um, slots to put a bunch of pens in easy reach. Okay, I'm gonna need some black in here to so it's not just a mass of I don't even know what. And I think what Chris was speaking to with the not having too much detail in the background, or else it just becomes a blur. So let's not. This is one of the dangers of sticking with a page too long, where all my stuff gets super loose to the point where I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that now. Well, tighten it up, obviously, to start with, but oh, the random gear. Good call. Shit, where do I put that now? Trying to look at my past pages for what did I do for this? There's no help. It's all the same kind of stuff. Yes, they will. And you know what? It'll be me. No. Um, no, there's plenty of other people doing revisits now. Yeah. Um, honestly, I hope they, and then, they do a deep dive one day on Blood Force. Because that's what you do with Blood Force. And eventually get to the point where they actually like interview the Blood Force guy. Like, yeah, and yeah, no, that was all intentional. Backgrounds suck. I did not put that much thought into them, at least to start with. These are almost like Frank Miller backgrounds here. Like Dame to Kill for era. Where he's just kind of putting like, yeah, like shapes in the background. But you kind of get the idea of what he's doing. A little too swoopy there. Hard boiled. What's hard boiled? Do I know hard boiled? Is that new? from 1990. No, very much not new. 3 issue, drawn by Jeff Darrow. Oh, that does sound familiar. So he wrote it, and Jeff Darrow drew it, which I am all for. Yes, I do remember that cover. Check that out. That would be awesome. Jeff Darrow stuff is like bonkers. But that was, yeah, that makes sense because 1990, he hasn't been out on his own for quite as long. So his stuff was probably a lot more structured. Well, no, structure's never been his problem. Just less, I don't know. He did get formulaic in certain stuff, and it also got like just creepy and weird and like I don't know. It got less fun after a while. I'm not sure why. Because I remember I did enjoy the hell out of well, Big Fat Kill obviously, and Dame to Kill 4, and there must have been a couple more after that. But Hell and Back, I lost interest almost immediately. I think it was like every female character being a sex pot. It's just like, okay, yeah, no, I get it. Can we get to the story part now? No? Oh, okay. Well, how about I just don't buy the next one? Yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah, no, if you want to see the early Frank Miller stuff, it's the stuff on Daredevil, and it's good. It's not Jeff Darrow good, but he balances it out by being one of the better writers. That said, if you've seen his new interpretations of the Marvel characters, that's where it's like, okay, is something wrong with Frank? And some people herald it as I'm not even sure what. Like they're celebrating that it's something, but I couldn't tell you what they're talking about because it just looks like garbage to me. Okay, and a couple lights. By a couple, I mean a couple dozen or a few dozen, maybe. Yes, the bad Wolverine. I don't know if he is the thing, because he's a very style-oriented guy where he'll, like he developed the no holding line black and white look, right? Like that was a natural progression for him. And he's got different kinds of sloppier and more simplistic and then more but and then still detailed in some aspects. So I don't know how much of this is I don't think he's phoning it in because he doesn't need the money, I don't think. It might be a bit of a fuck you know? But yeah, that did not look like good comic art to me. And I saw the odd person kind of trying to defend it. I'm like, what are you doing? Well, thank you. I like parts of it. When it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm always kind of like, I don't even know if if it'll look okay. What's against the page? Um, it like I said, it'll help that this will mostly be covered by dialogue, I think. And when you get color on it, that will also help. Oh, it's just kind of, it really is just kind of, looking at the background here. If I do that, just call a bit more attention to. I don't know if that helps at all, actually, but you know what? He's obvious here. He's obvious here. He's obvious here, and he's not doing anything in any of them really. So if you want to look back, I guess it's fine. And maybe we can highlight them with the color. But yeah, thank you. Sure. the heavy blacks, I think, help. I think I'm gonna be probably trying to put in more blacks. And, yeah, rendering the captain a bit more. Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes, because the whole thing's gonna evolve over the course of the next 4 months or however long I take on it. Actually, be longer than that, might be closer to 6. That's too long. Oh, well, when it's done after work, what can you do? Oh, alright. So I think I will call that a stream. Thanks for sticking around, guys. I appreciate it. What time is it? It's like, yeah, it's like just about 4. This is probably the longest stream I've done, which is nice. I was trying out that technique I was discussing at the beginning of the stream for basically conserving your elbow, where oh shit, where instead of drawing with your wrist, you try and draw from your shoulder. So you don't put your weight on. No, that was ink. A spill. Okay. You don't put your weight on your wrist here, and then rotate that way. Uh, put it more on. I was trying to put it on like the last knuckle here or the pinky or something, so that it would more come from the shoulder, and missing it a few times. But I mean, this is the first time I think I've done one of these live streams where my elbow wasn't killing me at the end of it. So I think maybe that might be something worth pursuing in future. Yeah. Well, there's a Neil Adams tip. Neil Adams tip. Neil Adams video. Oh, right up stream. I'm also on the. I'm watching the stream apparently. I'll link it here, where he's just talking to this group of kids or younger creators, possibly. I mean, they might be like 20. They look like kids to me, and just kind of giving them a little bit of advice. And here we go. So that's that there. So between that and holding your pen, because again, you hold it. You're taught to hold it in North America with it resting on your last knuckle of your middle finger, I believe, or at least that's how I do it. That's how Neil Adams did it, and he's talking about instead using the pads of these 3 fingers and just kind of going like that, and being able to, because you can rotate better and you get a bit more range of motion, and basically you lessen that death grip thing. Because I can't see it now because I spilled ink all over it, but I had the huge indentation here after this because I wasn't really focusing on that during the stream. It was more the shoulder thing, and by not focusing on the fingertips as well, my hand is a little sore, and that knuckle area and this area here, because I just like fucking grind into it. But yeah, I think it's Neil Adams. Neil Adams giving tips is always like, yes, I should take note of this because he drew better than just about anybody in comics, I would say. But yeah, that's going to be a slow journey figuring that out. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna shut this off now and get something to eat. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, guys. Whatever's left to it for you. If you're out east, I guess you might be getting close to dinner. But yeah, I'll see you guys this time next week, unless Richard Friend um, takes everybody away from me, which he might. Bye, guys.